Ladies and gentlemen, in our lives, every one of us has experienced being treated poorly by others at some point. Perhaps we were misunderstood, criticized, betrayed, or had someone turn their back on us when we were at our most vulnerable. In those moments, a multitude of emotions well up within us: hurt, anger, resentment, and even despair. We ask ourselves, why is it that when we live a good life and treat others with sincerity, they fail to appreciate it? Why is life so unjust? But the more we dwell on it, the more we suffer, because we are allowing our minds to be consumed by the pain, rather than seeing the lesson life is offering us. Life is inherently imperfect, and it is this very imperfection that provides the environment for our minds to grow. When we are happy, we rarely pause to look within. But it is when we are hurt that we truly have the opportunity to reflect upon our inner selves. The Buddha once taught that the mind is roused by suffering. It is in suffering that the seed of enlightenment has the opportunity to sprout. Therefore, for those who have been hurt, please do not be quick to see yourselves as unfortunate. This could very well be a fortunate affinity, an opportunity for us to learn to look deeper into the hearts of others and into our own. Many people say, "I suffer because others treat me badly." But in truth, we suffer not because of others, but because our minds cling to the way they treat us. A malicious word or a thoughtless action from another person is merely a passing breeze, yet we hold it tightly in our hearts, allowing it to fester and grow. It's like when someone throws a stone into a lake. If the lake's surface is calm, the stone creates only a few ripples before sinking. But if the lake's surface is already turbulent, even a small stone can cause water to splash everywhere. Our minds are the same. When our minds are agitated and clinging, even a small word is enough to cause us pain. The person who treats us poorly is, in fact, just a mirror reflecting the unresolved issues within our own minds. They appear not to harm us, but to help us realize where we have not yet let go, where we are still vulnerable. When we understand this, we no longer feel anger towards them. On the contrary, we feel grateful, because through them, we see ourselves more clearly. This is the miracle of karma and of the practice of cultivating the mind. Everything that happens in life has a cause. Nothing is random, and nothing is meaningless. The person who causes us suffering today may be someone with whom we shared a karmic bond in the past. They come to repay a debt, or for us to repay one, so that both can learn the lesson of forgiveness and release. When we hold on to resentment, that karma will persist. When we understand and accept, that karma is resolved. Therefore, do not ask why they treat you badly, but ask what you can learn from how they treat you. Life is like a mirror. If we smile, it smiles back. If we are sad, it reflects our sorrow. If we sow seeds of resentment in our hearts, we will only reap more suffering. But if we sow seeds of understanding and compassion, our hearts will open up, and peace will naturally return. Try, just once, to look at those who have hurt you with eyes of compassion. Perhaps they too are suffering, bearing their own karma, and the way they hurt others is merely a manifestation of their own unhealed pain. When we understand this, our hearts will soften. We no longer desire revenge or the need to prove ourselves right. We only want to let it all go, because we know that nothing is more precious than inner peace. Life is imperfect, and it is this very imperfection that teaches us how to love, to be compassionate, and to learn to let go. The person who treats us poorly is not our enemy, but the one who helps us learn the most difficult lesson, the lesson of compassion and spiritual growth. When we can thank them, it means we have transcended a layer of suffering and begun the journey of awakening. Therefore, do not be sad. Do not resent. Smile and give thanks even to those who have hurt you, for they are helping to carry a part of our old karma so that our minds can become lighter and brighter. And when you understand this, you will see that no one is truly harming you. There are only people who come to help you awaken. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying in the Buddhist sutras: when causes and conditions converge, the karmic result is inevitable. This means that when the necessary conditions are met, the karmic consequences will surely manifest. Nothing in this life happens without a reason, and no connection is a coincidence. Everything we encounter, everyone we meet, whether they bring us joy or sorrow, is the result of seeds that were sown in the past. It could be in this lifetime, or it could be from countless lifetimes ago. When we understand this, we feel a great weight lifted from our hearts. We no longer resent those who have hurt us. Instead, we are grateful to them for helping us gradually repay old karmic debts that we cannot even remember. People often say, "Why does my life keep meeting with misfortune? Why do people treat me so poorly?" But if we look through the lens of karma, we will see that there is no injustice at all. The person who treats us poorly does so not because they hate us, but because between them and us, there was once an unpaid debt, an unresolved karmic connection. They come to complete that karmic connection, to teach us a profound lesson about forgiveness, about letting go, about the ability to see things with wisdom rather than with emotions, as fleeting as wind and clouds. Without the wind, the clouds cannot drift. Without someone causing us pain, we would never learn to understand and love others more deeply. Let us consider, if life were only filled with favorable circumstances, only with people who love us, how would we live? We might be happy for a moment, but we would also easily forget to cultivate our minds. It is only when faced with adversity, when we are insulted or treated poorly, that we truly confront ourselves. It is then that we discover whether our hearts are truly at peace, whether we are genuinely practicing, or simply in a state of temporary calm because everything is going smoothly. Therefore, an adverse connection can sometimes be a blessing. The person who causes us pain is the one who helps us see ourselves most clearly. There is a short story that the Lin Buddhist Dharma channel would like to share with you. A very relatable story that holds a profound lesson about karma and compassion. Once upon a time, in a small alley in the city, lived Old Lady Nam, an elderly woman who spent her years carrying goods on a shoulder pole, selling them everywhere. Her wares were not many, just a pot of sour soup, a few vegetables, and some tofu. She lived a gentle, unhurried life, always wearing a kind smile despite her difficult circumstances. At the entrance to the alley, Sister Lan ran a small rice eatery. Sister Lan had a fiery temper, was easily angered, and was always afraid of others stealing her customers, so she often showed a hostile attitude towards Old Lady Nam. One sweltering afternoon, Old Lady Nam had just set down her pole and hadn't even started selling when Sister Lan came out, glaring at her with displeasure, and shouted, "Don't you see I'm selling here? Go somewhere else. Don't take up people's space." Old Lady Nam smiled softly and said gently, "My dear, I'll just sit for a little while, and then I'll leave. I only have a few regular customers." But Sister Lan was still furious. With a forceful push of her hand, she sent the old lady's pot of soup crashing to the ground. The soup spilled all over the path. The entire alley fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Old Lady Nam said nothing, only quietly bent down to wipe up the soup with a cloth, then said softly, "Just leave it. I can clean it up." Her voice held no anger, no blame, only a gentle sadness, light as the wind. Sister Lan turned and walked away, her heart still seething with anger, not knowing that in that very moment, Old Lady Nam was sowing a seed of kindness into the world. A few weeks later, one evening, As Sister Lan was cleaning up her stall, she suddenly heard the screech of tires, followed by a sharp cry. Her young son had been hit by a motorcycle and had fallen in the middle of the road. Panicked, she ran out, crying. The first person to run to the child, lift him up, carry him to the side of the road, and call a taxi to take him to the hospital was none other than Old Lady Nam. Without hesitation, she accompanied Sister Lan and the boy to the hospital and waited the entire evening. When the doctor said he was with only minor scrapes, Sister Lan burst into tears, looking at Old Lady Nam, unable to speak. The old lady just smiled kindly. "It's good that he's all right. Don't you worry." That day, Sister Lan went home, sat alone in the darkness, remembering the scene of the overturned soup pot, remembering Old Lady Nam's smile that day, and her tears fell endlessly. She whispered to herself, "It turns out the person I hurt was the one who saved my son." From that day on, Sister Lan changed. She became less hot-tempered, learned patience, and every morning she would buy a few bunches of vegetables and some pieces of tofu from Old Lady Nam. As for Old Lady Nam, she remained the same, still smiling, still selling her goods quietly, as if nothing had ever happened. This story may seem simple, but hidden within it is a mysterious law of karma. Because Old Lady Nam held no resentment, no anger, no hatred in her heart, her karma was light. As for Sister Lan, because of her anger, she created bad karma and had to face the consequences. Her son's accident was for her to realize the value of compassion. Everything has a cause and an effect. Every action, every word, every thought of ours today is a seed for the future. When we understand this, we will find our hearts more at peace. The person who treats us poorly is actually helping us repay old karmic debts. They are a fortunate affinity in adversity, the one who brings us the opportunity to practice, to cultivate our capacity for forgiveness. If we resent them, we only add to our own karmic burden. But if we are grateful to them, if we use that hurt to nurture compassion, we are then resolving our karma. Like the clouds and the wind, nothing in this life is meaningless. The clouds only drift when the wind blows. The mind is only at peace when it knows to be thankful for the winds that stir the clouds. The person who causes us suffering is like that wind. They shake us. But because of them, we learn how to stand firm amidst the storms of life. If you wish to truly feel the energy of letting go, try a small exercise. Every night before you go to sleep, sit quietly for a few minutes. Close your eyes, breathe in deeply, and exhale slowly. In that breath, think of the person who has hurt you. Look at them with compassionate, non-judgmental eyes. Say silently in your heart, "Thank you for helping me learn forgiveness. Thank you for helping me carry my old karma." Then, let go, allowing that image to dissolve into your breath. If you do this regularly, you will find your heart gradually becoming lighter, resentment fading away, and an energy of peace rising within you. When we truly understand that everyone who comes into our lives plays a role in our journey of enlightenment, there are no longer any enemies. Those who love us teach us gratitude. Those who hurt us teach us forgiveness. Both are our teachers, and both deserve our thanks. Therefore, instead of asking, "Why do they treat me this way?" let us ask, "What can I learn from the way they treat me?" The answer will open the door to true wisdom and freedom. Because when the mind no longer clings, suffering has no place to hold on. When the heart is filled with compassion, all adverse conditions become favorable ones. All things have a cause, and the law of karma is unerring. Understanding this allows us to see the world with peaceful eyes and others with a compassionate heart. Let us thank those who have caused us pain, for it is through them that we learn to love ourselves. Let us thank adversity, for it is through it that we learn the most valuable lessons, the lessons of compassion and enlightenment. And when, one day, we can smile even at those who have hurt us, it is then that we have truly walked a long way on the path of liberation. For we understand that in this stream of cause and effect, no one owes anyone anything. There are only souls learning to love together across countless lifetimes. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, "Conquer hatred with love, conquer evil with goodness, conquer stinginess with generosity, and conquer falsehood with truth." This teaching is a lamp that illuminates the path of practice amidst the frictions of daily life. When we are hurt by others, our ordinary mind arises, and anger wells up. But if we look with the mind of a Buddha, we will see things differently. We will realize that behind every malicious word, every scornful glance, every unjust action, lies a lesson that life wishes to send us. The more we are hurt, the more opportunity we have to look within ourselves, to know clearly where our mind is, whether it is reacting like an ordinary person, or learning to be tolerant like a practitioner. In our lives, every one of us has heard words that made our hearts heavy. Sometimes It's a criticism at the workplace, an insulting remark within the family, or a disdainful look from someone we love. All of these touch upon our ego, causing us pain and making us want to retaliate. But the Buddha taught that when we react with anger, we are only tying ourselves further to the old karmic rope. But when we pause, observe, and then look at the other person with compassion, we are gradually cutting that rope, stepping out of the whirlpool of suffering. The ordinary mind sees hurt, but the Buddha mind sees karmic connection. The ordinary person only sees others insulting them, but the practitioner sees that this is the fruit of past karma, an opportunity to cultivate a compassionate mind. The ordinary mind wants to fight back, to prove that we are right, while the Buddha mind remains silent, knowing that when waves rise, all that is needed is for the water to be still, and the waves will naturally subside. A true Buddhist does not let their mind be swayed by external circumstances, but keeps their mind as calm as a still lake. When others throw stones into the lake, the water ripples for a moment and then becomes placid again. That is the wisdom of one who knows how to practice in daily life. There is a simple little story that contains a profound lesson about transformation through compassion. An Heng was a gentle, diligent, and very dedicated office worker. He was not a man of many words, quietly completing the tasks assigned to him. In the same department was Sister Thao, who often spoke ill of him behind his back. She would complain that he was slow and inflexible, and tell colleagues that he only worked hard to curry favor with the boss. At first, Heng was very sad. He asked himself, "What did I do wrong? Why does she say such harsh things?" Some nights, he would come home and lie awake thinking, his heart filled with both hurt and anger. One day, he happened to attend a Dharma talk given by a monk. The monk said, "When someone says words that hurt you, do not rush to blame them. Understand that they are suffering. Only those who suffer say things that make others suffer. If you respond with anger, you are sowing more suffering. But if you respond with compassion, you are sowing the seeds of peace." After hearing this, Heng sat in silence for a long time. A strange sense of peace arose in his heart. He understood that those malicious words did not truly hurt him, but were merely touching the ego within him. That ego wanted to be praised, to be recognized, so when it was criticized, it reacted strongly. If he let go of that ego, those criticisms would no longer have any weight. From that day on, Heng no longer paid attention to Thao's words. He still smiled, still greeted her, and still helped her when needed. In meetings, when Tao spoke harshly, he would just listen quietly, without retaliating. He chose to do his work better, with all his heart, not to prove a point, but so that his mind would not be drawn into the current of resentment. Some time later, the company had an awards ceremony. Hung was commended for his sense of responsibility and his amicable attitude. Everyone acknowledged this, and strangely enough, Thao herself remained silent and no longer criticized him. But life always has unexpected streams of karma. Sometime later, Sister Tao was diagnosed with an illness. It wasn't serious, but it left her feeling tired and her spirits low. When Hung heard the news, he was the first to visit, bringing a basket of fruit and his sincere well wishes. She looked at him, tears streaming down her face. "I spoke so ill of you, yet you are so kind to me." He just smiled. "It's all right. We all have moments of anger. I, too, have suffered because of others' words, so I understand the feeling." His words moved her deeply. Later, after she recovered, she would often recount that it was his gentle attitude that changed her. "I realized that hurting others doesn't make you happier. It only makes you suffer more." This story helps us understand that when we face hurt with compassion, we not only save ourselves, but also sow seeds of kindness in others. A Buddhist practitioner does not seek to escape adversity, but learns to transform adversity into a path of practice. When we are spoken ill of, when we are criticized, it is an opportunity to see our ego. When we are misunderstood, it is a chance to learn patience. When we are betrayed, it is a time to practice letting go. Everything that causes us suffering, if viewed with wisdom, is a silent teacher, teaching us a precious lesson. In life, whenever someone hurts us, we often forget that they, too, are suffering. A person who is at peace never wants to cause pain to others. Only souls filled with anger, anxiety, or a lack of love act in such a way. If we respond to them with understanding, we are helping them to pause in their own suffering. If we respond with anger, we are only adding another link to the chain of karma, causing both to fall deeper into the cycle of resentment. Practicing mindfulness in such moments is essential. When you hear someone say something that hurts you, do not react immediately. Pause. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. Feel the breath like a cool stream of water, calming the fire within your heart. Observe the emotion as if you were watching a cloud drift across the sky. Do not judge. Do not hate. Simply recognize that you are sad. You are angry. You are hurt. When we see the emotion without getting carried away by it, the emotion will dissipate. Then smile gently and say silently in your heart. They too are suffering, just as I have suffered. May they be at peace. That is the moment you are seeing with the mind of a Buddha. A small exercise you can practice every day is loving kindness, meditation. Sit quietly, close your eyes, breathe in deeply, and exhale gently. In your mind, generate the thought, may I be at peace. May I be free from anger. Then expand it outwards. May the person who hurt me be at peace. May they be free from suffering. By practicing this for just a few minutes each day, you will find your heart gradually becoming lighter. The energy of compassion, like a fragrant incense, will spread, soothing old wounds and allowing you to see life through the light of understanding and love. One who looks with an ordinary mind sees the faults of others, while one who looks with a Buddha's mind sees the imperfection within oneself. When someone speaks ill of us, it is a mirror for us to reflect on how much we still cling to reputation and ego. If we are still swayed, it means we have not yet let go of the I. But when we can smile upon hearing those words, our minds unshaken, that is when we are drawing closer to inner freedom. In this human realm, no one is perfect. No one can avoid making mistakes or unintentionally hurting others. Therefore, when someone causes us pain, instead of resentment, let us tell ourselves, I too have been like them. This very recognition is the beginning of compassion. And compassion is not weakness. It is the strength of one who understands. A compassionate person is not swept away by the current of hatred, but stands firm amidst the storms, still able to maintain a gentle smile. The final lesson of this section, ladies and gentlemen, is that when we look with a Buddha's mind, all suffering can be transformed into love. The person who causes us suffering is also helping us to grow. They unwittingly become the one who pushes us closer to enlightenment. Let us thank them in our hearts, because it is through them that we learn to live with compassion instead of resentment. When we can look at everyone with eyes of compassion, we are opening the door for ourselves to step into a realm of peace, where no one can make us suffer anymore. For in our hearts, there is only love and understanding. And then one day, when we look back at those who once hurt us, we will no longer feel anger. We will only feel a gentle smile, a deep gratitude. For it was they who taught us the most precious lesson of life, that only when we can love the one who hurts us do we truly understand the meaning of the word compassion. In our lives, every one of us has been hurt by the words or actions of others. Sometimes it's just a thoughtless comment, a cold glance, or a betrayal that makes us feel as if our entire world has collapsed. We blame the other person, we hate, we resent, and then we torment ourselves. Yet, if we are willing to pause for a moment and look deep within our own hearts, we will realize that forgiveness is not a sign of weakness, but the expression of a soul that has deeply understood karma, has passed through suffering, and knows how to let go of its burdens. The Buddha once taught that hatred cannot be ceased by hatred. Only by love can hatred be ceased. This is an eternal truth. Forgiveness is that love. It is not a gift we bestow upon someone else, but a gift we give to ourselves. There are people who, when betrayed or insulted, are filled with resentment. They want revenge, to make the other person suffer as they have suffered. But the more they nurture hatred, the more their hearts ache. Hatred is like a fire. Initially, we think it will burn others, but in the end, it is we who get burned first. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting, nor does it mean condoning the wrong. It means letting go of the heavy burden we have been carrying in our hearts for so long. When we hold on to resentment, it is as if we are drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. When we let go and forgive, it is we who are set free, we who can continue on the path of peace. A Zen master once said something very insightful. When we forgive, we release ourselves from the prison of our emotions. Indeed, the one who does not forgive is not punishing the other person, but is imprisoning their own soul in an invisible jail. Every time they think of the past, the pain resurfaces. Their heart is in turmoil. Their mind is unsettled. Forgiveness is unlocking the door, opening it, stepping out of that dark room to welcome the light of peace. Sometimes, just one sentence, "I forgive you, I forgive myself," can lighten our hearts by half the burden of suffering. The Lin Buddhist Dharma channel would like to tell you a story that I call the unsent letter. This story is not something distant, but is very close to our own lives, where there are giant pains, wounds that can only be truly healed when one knows how to forgive. Miss Mai was a gentle and kind elementary school teacher. She loved her profession, her students, and especially always lived in harmony with everyone. That year, she was in a deep relationship with Mr. Kai, the man she believed she would spend the rest of her life with. They had known each other since their university days, going through years of poverty together. Mai had once skipped breakfast to save money to buy books for him, had cycled through the rain to wait for him after his classes. She thought it was the most beautiful love of her life. However, when Kai got a job in the city, he gradually changed. The messages became sparse, the calls less frequent. And one day, she received the news that he was about to marry someone else, his boss's daughter. That day, Mai was in so much pain she couldn't breathe. She felt as if someone was squeezing her heart. She wrote a long letter, filled with resentment, blame, and even harsh words she never thought she could utter. That letter contained all her pain. The pain of betrayal, the pain of lost faith. But as she held the letter in her hand, ready to send it, she suddenly stopped. She remembered the words of the abbot of a temple she had once visited. When you want to say something while you are angry, be silent. Because when you are angry, you will hurt both others and yourself. She took a deep breath, sat down, and reread the letter. Each line was like a knife cut to her heart. She burst into tears. But in that crying, something began to melt away. She folded the letter, took it out to the yard, and set it on fire. The flickering flame illuminated her face. Tears fell down her cheeks, but her eyes had softened. She said softly, "I forgive you, so that my heart can be light." The smoke that rose carried with it all the resentment of a girl who had once loved with all her heart. Many years later, when Mai was a teacher beloved by her students, she accidentally ran into Kai again. He was no longer the handsome young man of the past. His hair had turned prematurely gray, his face etched with fatigue. He told her that after getting married, his life was not what he had hoped for. His wife was wealthy, but cold. His children were not harmonious, and his work was fraught with difficulties. He said that he had often thought of her, of the old days, and felt regret. Mai just listened in silence, smiling, without blame or questions. She only said, "We all have to pay for our own karma. I wish you peace." When he left, she watched him go, her heart as calm as a placid lake. She realized that forgiveness was not a weakness, but a manifestation of strength. The strength of someone who understood karma, who saw clearly that everything is just affinity, coming and going. From then on, she lived more lightly, never mentioning the past. She would often tell her students, "Children, forgiveness is not about making others happy, but about making your own heart peaceful. When you no longer hold anger towards anyone, you will see how beautiful this world is." Perhaps that is why her eyes were always gentle, her smile always warm. Reflecting on that story, we see one thing clearly. When we forgive, the first person to benefit is not the one who is forgiven, but ourselves. The person who did wrong may forget quickly, but the one who was hurt holds on to the pain. If we do not know how to let go, we will live forever in the past, in resentment and hurt, and every day will be another day of self-inflicted suffering. Forgiveness is how we close the past and open the future. Like a closed door, we no longer keep staring at it, but turn our back to walk towards the light. In Buddhist teachings, forgiveness is inseparable from compassion. Compassion is when we see others suffer and wish for their suffering to end. Forgiveness is when we understand that the other person is also subject to their own karma. They hurt us because within them there is suffering, ignorance, and delusion. When we understand this, our hearts naturally give rise to compassion instead of hatred. One who understands karma will not resent, because they know that everything that happens has a reason, that it is all the fruit of seeds we have sown before. Perhaps in some past life we hurt them, so in this life they have come to repay that debt. If we maintain a gentle heart without blame or resentment, that karma will be lightened. But if we nurture hatred, resentment will pile upon resentment, karma upon karma, in a never-ending cycle. Forgiveness is also a spiritual practice. When we practice forgiveness, we are cultivating a compassionate mind, learning to see life through the eyes of non-self. Someone might ask, if another person hurts me, do I have to forgive them? The Buddha taught, if you are suffering, then forgiveness is what you should do, because it helps you to suffer less. Forgiveness does not eliminate justice. Rather, it helps us see clearly that justice inherently lies within the law of karma. No one can escape the consequences of their actions, so we do not need to be the judge. We only need to keep our own minds pure. The rest can be left to karma. When we understand this, we will no longer be swept into the vortex of hatred and anger. One evening, you can try practicing this small exercise. Sit quietly, take a slow, deep breath in, and exhale gently. Close your eyes and think of the person who hurt you. Acknowledge the feelings in your heart. It may be anger, sadness, or self-pity. Let them surface. Do not run from them. Then say silently in your mind, I forgive you. I forgive myself. I want to be at peace. Breathe slowly like this 3 times, and you will feel your heart gradually soften, your breath deepen, your mind become calmer. By practicing like this for just a few minutes each day, you will realize something miraculous. The people who once caused you pain will no longer make you suffer. Not because they have changed, but because your mind has changed. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is awakening. An enlightened person is not one who has never suffered, but one who has passed through suffering without letting it remain in their heart. It is like a rain shower that passes, leaving the air fresh, not holding on to the storm. Forgiveness helps us become purer, helps our minds become more expansive, helps our lives become lighter. The more we know how to forgive, the more we know how to love. And the more we know how to love, the more easily we will be forgiven. A monk once told his disciple, "You have two choices when someone hurts you. Either you hold on to the wound and let it destroy you, or you wash that wound with the water of compassion, so it becomes a beautiful scar on the human heart." Forgiveness is that water of compassion. It cannot erase the past, but it can make the past no longer hurt you. Think of the people you have been angry with. Perhaps it is your parents, relatives, friends, or a stranger. Each of them is a part of your spiritual journey. They came to teach you a lesson about tolerance, about patience, about understanding. When you forgive, you are thanking life for giving you the opportunity to grow, to open your heart, to learn to love unconditionally. If today there is still someone in your heart whom you cannot forgive, remember that you do not have to force yourself to forget them, nor do you have to pretend you are not in pain. Give yourself time. Let your mind settle naturally. When you understand karma deeply, when you realize that everyone is walking their own karmic path, you will find that forgiveness is no longer difficult. It will come naturally, like rain after a dry spell, like flowers blooming in spring. Finally, hold this teaching deep in your heart. Forgiveness does not make us weak. It makes us strong. Not everyone is brave enough to let go of resentment, but only those who truly understand the Dharma know that forgiveness is a form of wisdom. It is the lamp that lights the way in the dark night of anger. It is the key that opens the door to peace. When we know how to forgive, we have taken another step on the path to enlightenment. Let every night, as you close your eyes, you can say to yourself, "I have forgiven. My heart is light." For that is the sign that your mind has truly returned to peace. Forgiveness. The greatest gift is not given to others, but to yourself. There is an old Buddhist saying, "All things are created by the mind. All suffering, all happiness, all the ups and downs of human life begin in the mind, and also end in the mind. When someone treats us poorly, insults us, or hurts us, if we only remain on the surface of our emotions, anger, hurt, resentment, then we are only seeing the waves and not the depths of the ocean. But if we are willing to pause, take a deep breath, and look into the nature of the matter, we will realize that they are not truly causing us to suffer. Instead, they are a part of our own stream of karma, helping us to repay an old debt that we once sowed. And when we understand that, we no longer feel anger towards them. In fact, we may even feel a deep sense of gratitude arise in our hearts, because through them, our old karma is being resolved. In Buddhism, karma is not punishment. Karma is not an invisible hand that comes to make us pay a price. Karma is simply a reflection, a mirror showing us what we have previously sown. When we say a harsh word, sow an unwholesome thought, or do something to harm someone, that energy does not disappear. It merely hides in the invisible currents of the universe. When the causes and conditions are right, it will return to us in a different form. The person who treats us poorly today may very well be the person we treated poorly in some past life. And that cycle of cause and effect continues until one side understands, one side lets go, and only then does the cycle of karma stop. When we understand that karma does not punish, but simply reflects, we no longer see ourselves as victims. We will see ourselves as learners, learning to repay debts, learning to let go, learning to transform. And the miracle is that when we have learned that lesson, the karma dissolves on its own, like clouds clearing when the sky brightens. There is a very easy to understand analogy that monks often use to explain karma. They say, a person's life is like walking on a path full of gravel. If we are filled with resentment and blame, we pick up those stones and throw them back at others. In the end, this only makes the path more obstructed, leaving us exhausted and lost. But if we choose to step over them, smile, and walk on, the path will gradually become smooth, because each mindful step we take is a softening of the hard ground. The stone thrower doesn't understand. They keep throwing. But we don't need to throw back, because when we can maintain a peaceful mind, that stone just falls to the ground, unable to hurt anyone. In life, sometimes the person who causes us suffering is the very one helping us repay our karma. If we repay with understanding, we resolve it. If we repay with anger, we create new causes, prolonging the suffering. They may hit us, curse us, or deceive us, but they can only touch our bodies and our circumstances. They cannot touch our minds if our minds are illuminated by the light of understanding. That is why the Buddha taught that a person's greatest enemy is not outside, but within their own mind. There is a short story that the Lin Ung Buddhist Dharma channel would like to tell. a story called The Drunken Father's Blow. Min was born into a poor family in the countryside. His father, Mr. Tu, was a laborer who worked hard all year round, but had a bad habit: alcohol. Whenever he was drunk, he would become violent, hitting his wife, cursing his children, and destroying everything in the house. Min's childhood consisted of nights hiding under the bed, listening to his mother's screams and the sound of things breaking. In the tender soul of a child, the image of his father became an obsession, a fear that gradually turned into hatred. As he grew up, Min studied hard and tried to leave his hometown for school far away, hoping to escape the vicious cycle of suffering. But no matter how far he went, there was always an unhealed wound in his heart, the wound from his father's blows. One day, during an accidental visit to a temple, Min heard the abbot give a Dharma talk on karma. The abbot said, "No one causes suffering to another. It is just karmic connections meeting for debts to be repaid. When you resent someone, you are binding yourself to them in future lives." Those words were like a knife cutting through the fog in Min's heart. He began to remember the days his father went to work in silence, the meals he ate quietly, and he realized that perhaps his father had also suffered. Perhaps he too was a victim of karma, of a past filled with abuse and hurt that he didn't know how to heal. Min returned to his hometown. By this time, his father was old, weak, and sick. The once mighty father now trembled, unable to hold a bowl of porridge steady. For the first time in years, Min looked at his father and no longer felt hatred. He only saw a pitiful man being tormented by his own actions. Min took care of his father, bathing him, cooking porridge for him, without a single word of complaint. The villagers would shake their heads and say, "Why are you so good to him? He used to beat you." Man would just smile gently and reply, "My father is also a victim of old karma. I am just doing my part, not for him, but for my own heart to be at peace." On the day his father died, Mr. Tu held his son's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face, and whispered, "Because of you, I know what love is." Those final words brought tears to Min's eyes. He understood that the cycle of karma had stopped. No one had to suffer anymore. Min's story makes us realize that sometimes the person who causes us suffering is not an enemy, but a benefactor, because through them we learn the lesson of compassion, of letting go, of forgiveness. Through them we learn that hatred cannot heal the past. Only love can do that. In Buddhist teachings, there is a very clear principle. No one can cause suffering to an enlightened person. This is because an enlightened person understands that everything that happens is the result of causes and conditions. When someone does something evil to us, we do not need to react. We only need to look at them with compassionate eyes. Because in that moment, they are creating karma for themselves. They are adding another burden to their own shoulders. As for us, if we give rise to anger, we too step into that current, and suffering will follow suffering. But if we pause, smile, and look at them with a compassionate heart, then in that very moment, the stream of karma stops, and we become free. Imagine someone having stones thrown at them. If they bend down to pick up a stone and throw it back, the fight will never end. But if they just stand still, watch, and then walk away quietly, that stone falls to the ground, powerless to hurt anyone else. Similarly, when we are insulted, harmed, or disrespected, we have two choices. Either hold on to the resentment and cultivate new karma, or let it go. Look deeply, understand, and resolve old karma. When we understand that others treat us poorly only because they are carrying the karmic load that we once sowed, our hearts will feel lighter instead of resentful. A sense of gratitude will arise. Gratitude that they appeared at the right time, helping us to purify our minds, to pay back what was still unresolved. Gratitude that they gave us the opportunity to practice compassion, to learn to let go, to learn how to stand amidst the storm and still maintain our peace. The Buddha taught that if someone brings you suffering, do not be quick to resent them. Consider it an opportunity to repay an old debt and not create a new one. This is how a spiritual practitioner sees life. All suffering is a lesson. When viewed through these eyes, the path of practice is no longer about escape, but a journey of resolution. If you are hearing these words, perhaps you too are enduring some form of hurt from a loved one, a friend, or a colleague. Perhaps someone has betrayed you, said words that wounded your heart. But try taking a deep breath and asking yourself, if this is karma, do I want to repay it with resentment? Or do I want to repay it with understanding to stop the cycle of suffering? Try sitting down, closing your eyes, placing your hands on your chest, and feeling the rise and fall of your breath. As you breathe in, say silently, I am recognizing this pain. As you breathe out, say, I let go of resentment. Repeat this a few times slowly to allow your mind to settle. Afterward, you can write a letter not to send, but to express. Write down all the hurt, all the anger, and then at the end of the letter write, "I forgive you, not because you deserve it, but because I want to be free." When you are finished, burn the letter as a way of sending off the old energy. As you watch the smoke rise, you will feel your heart become lighter, as if a burden has just been lifted from your shoulders. This small exercise is not just a meditation technique, but also a ritual of transformation. It helps us understand that forgiveness is not weakness, but strength. Forgiveness is not forgetting, but accepting and moving on. Forgiveness is not for others, but for ourselves, for we have suffered too long carrying the weight of resentment. When we understand karma, our hearts become more generous. We no longer rush to judge, no longer are easily hurt, because we know that everyone is carrying their own karmic burden. An irritable person is a suffering person. A person who speaks venomous words is burning their own mind. A person who betrays is losing faith. When we understand this, we no longer feel anger towards them. We only feel compassion. And from that compassion, the light of wisdom begins to dawn. To reiterate the Buddha's teaching, when you understand, you will no longer resent anyone. When you love, you will no longer suffer. The person who treats us poorly is not truly our enemy. They are a mirror reflecting our old karma, a person who helps us realize what needs to be resolved. If we are grateful to them, if we maintain a calm heart in the face of suffering, then suffering is no longer suffering. It becomes the Dharma, the path that leads us to liberation. Let us thank those who have hurt us, for they are helping us repay a debt we no longer remember. Let us smile, knowing that everything is unfolding according to its cause and effect. And when we live with a mind of compassion, understanding, and letting go, then no matter how the world changes, our hearts will remain as peaceful as a lake without ripples. That is the gift of enlightenment, a gift we only realize when we look deeply into karma and understand that no one truly causes another to suffer, that the other person is not only carrying their own karma, but also helping us carry a part of our own. And from that, we learn to be grateful instead of resentful. Once, the Buddha taught the monks, "One who knows how to return to their breath is returning to themselves. In that place, no one can make them suffer." This seemingly simple statement contains a treasury of wisdom, for within each breath lies the path back to peace amidst the storms of life. When suffering comes, most of us tend to run away. We want to avoid it, to forget, or to react with anger. But the more we run, the more we avoid, the more suffering pursues us. Only when we stop and breathe deeply do we realize that peace has never left us. In our hurried lives, few remember that the breath is the simplest form of meditation, the very thread that connects us to life. We often think that to practice, we need a temple, sutras, and a meditation cushion. But in reality, simply returning to our gentle, steady breath, knowing we are breathing in, knowing we are breathing out, is to practice one of the most fundamental methods taught by the Blessed One. Because when we dwell in our breath, our minds are no longer led by anger, sorrow, or resentment towards others. At that moment, the energy of mindfulness appears like a cool stream of water, dousing the flames of anger that are burning in our hearts. Many people have asked, when someone treats me poorly, how can I not suffer and get angry? The answer is actually very simple, yet the most difficult to practice. Just return to your breath, because as long as we are breathing, we can still be masters of our own body and mind. But when we lose mindfulness, we allow others to control our emotions with a single word or action. Like a lamp in the wind, with just a gentle gust, the flame flickers. But if that lamp is placed within the glass shield of mindfulness, no matter how strong the wind blows, the light remains steady. Imagine a morning like any other. You wake up, rush to work, your mind still foggy. On the way, someone cuts you off. You get annoyed. At work, a colleague makes a cutting remark. You get angry. Then your manager reprimands you. You feel hurt and wronged. All day, your mind feels as if it's being pulled in every direction, thrown from one issue to another. In the evening, you lie down, your mind exhausted, your heart heavy, wondering why you try to live a good life but still suffer. It's all because we forget that we can just stop. Just one deep breath. Just the awareness, I am angry, I am sad, and suffering immediately has space to dissipate. It's like when we open a window to let in a cool breeze. The hot air naturally escapes. In the Anapanasati Sutta, the sutra on the full awareness of breathing, the Buddha taught that when we breathe in, we know we are breathing in. When we breathe out, we know we are breathing out. This teaching seems simple, but it is, in fact, a profound practice. It reminds us that by simply being awake in the present moment, by being clearly aware of what we are doing, the mind will no longer wander into the past or worry about the future. Likewise, when someone treats us poorly, instead of reacting immediately, pause for a moment. Breathe in deeply, exhale slowly, and observe what is happening in your mind. At that moment, the anger will gradually weaken, and compassion will gently begin to blossom. The story of Miss Hoa, an ordinary garment factory worker, is a beautiful testament to this. She worked in a crowded sewing workshop, where the sound of sewing machines mingled with voices, fans, and scolding. Her manager, Mr. Kwan, was hot-tempered, and the pressure of work often caused him to shout and berate everyone. At first, Hoa was also very angry. Every time he yelled at her, she would go home and cry, wondering why she had to endure so much suffering. Sometimes she thought about just quitting her job, rather than being scolded for everything she did. But then, one lunch break, she happened to watch a video about meditation and mindfulness. In it, a monk taught that when someone hurts you, don't react immediately. Return to your breath. Just breathe, and the mind will find its footing. That phrase was like a new seed planted in her mind. That afternoon, when Mr. Kwan again yelled at her for a minor mistake, Hoa suddenly remembered that teaching. She stopped her hands, did not react, and just breathed in deeply and exhaled slowly. In that moment, she felt the anger rising within her and then gradually subsiding. She smiled gently and said, "I understand. You must be under a lot of pressure, too." That simple statement stunned Mr. Kwan. It was the first time someone had responded to him with empathy instead of fear or defiance. He fell silent, then said softly, "I'm sorry. I was a bit heated." The next day, he even praised her in front of the whole team, saying, "If everyone could be as calm as Hoa was yesterday, work would be so much more pleasant." From that day on, the atmosphere in the workshop completely changed. Mr. Kwan scolded less, and Hoa felt more and more at ease. She shared, "I realized that when I am calm, everything else becomes calmer too. At first, I thought I was losing out, but it turns out I was the one who benefited the most because I wasn't suffering anymore." This story, though simple, contains a profound lesson. In the midst of suffering, the breath is our refuge. Mindfulness helps us not to be swept away by anger, but to maintain our peace amidst life's storms. Many people think that to end suffering, they must change others, must make them behave more kindly. But the truth is, we cannot control anyone else. The only thing we can do is to keep our own minds steady. It's like a boatman in a great storm. If he only focuses on cursing the waves, the boat will capsize. But if he knows how to hold the oar firmly and maintain his balance, every wave will eventually pass. When we breathe in, knowing we are breathing in, And when we breathe out, knowing we are breathing out, we are taking hold of the oar of our own mind. And miraculously, in that very breath, the energy of peace begins to arise. Practicing breath meditation doesn't need to be complicated. You can do it right now, anywhere. Sit quietly or lie down comfortably. Gently close your eyes. Breathe in, feeling the air enter your lungs and spread throughout your body. Breathe out, feeling a sense of relief, as if you are letting go of all tension. Don't try to force your breath. Just let it be natural, and be aware that you are breathing. You may find your mind wandering, thinking about the past, about the people who hurt you, about unformed fears. That's okay. Just recognize it, and then return to your breath. Each time you return is a time you return to yourself. As you maintain this practice, you will notice something very strange. The things that used to irritate you now seem smaller. The person who once made you suffer now makes you feel more compassion, because you understand that they too are suffering. They just don't know how to return to themselves as you do. From that, compassion blossoms. You no longer blame, no longer resent, but only wish them well. In that moment, you are truly free. The breath is the bridge between body and mind, between suffering and peace. When you breathe with mindfulness, your mind settles like the surface of a still lake. In that tranquil water, you see everything clearly. You see your anger, your fear, and even old wounds. And you realize that they are all just phenomena, arising and ceasing, with nothing that lasts forever. Just like the breath, which comes in and goes out, arises and ceases in a continuous cycle. When we understand this, we no longer cling to fleeting emotions, no longer let others be the masters of our minds. The Buddha once said, "No one can make us suffer unless we allow them to." When others treat us poorly, we have two choices: either react instinctively or return to our breath and look deeply into our own minds. If we choose the second path, suffering cannot linger long, because suffering only exists when we continue to feed it. When we shine the light of mindfulness upon it, suffering dissolves on its own, like morning dew under the sun. A simple daily practice is the gratitude breath. Every morning, when you open your eyes, breathe in and silently say, "Thank you for another breath." Breathe out and silently say, "Thank you for being alive." Just a few minutes of this will soften your heart and warm your soul. When you go to work and encounter a difficult person, remember, I have my breath. I have my peace. When someone scolds you, breathe in, see the anger, breathe out, and see it dissolve. Gradually, you will find that you are not as easily hurt as before, because true peace lies not in the absence of suffering, but in knowing how to return to ourselves within suffering. It's like a meditator in a deep forest. There may be many noises around, the whistling wind, falling leaves, but their mind remains as steady as a mountain, not because they have plugged their ears, but because they know how to listen with mindfulness. As for us in modern life, we may not be in a forest, but we can still practice in the same way, right at work, during a meal, in moments of misunderstanding. Every time suffering arises, instead of running away, tell yourself, "Oh, suffering, I see you." Then breathe in, breathe out, look deeply, and you will see that suffering is just a passing guest. You, the host, are the one who decides who stays. The message this section wants to send you is very simple. You don't need to run from suffering. You just need to look deeply into it to find the way out. Because suffering is not an enemy, but a teacher. It teaches us to appreciate happiness, to love, to be compassionate. When we look at suffering with the eyes of mindfulness, it transforms into a door that opens to freedom. And that door is always right here, in this very moment, in every breath in, every breath out. If you are hearing these words, and there is still some suffering in your heart, try to pause. Close your eyes, breathe in deeply, breathe out slowly. Feel the breath pass through your nostrils, touch your chest, and then gently release. Let each breath soothe you. Let it remind you that you are not alone. You are still alive. And within you, the seed of peace is always present. You only need to be willing to return to it, and that peace will blossom. Once, someone came to ask the Buddha, "Blessed One, why are there people who cause me suffering, speak ill of me, and harm me, when I have never done anything to them?" The Buddha smiled and replied, "If there were no one to cause you suffering, how would you know if your mind is still filled with anger, or if it has become tranquil? The person who harms you is the one who helps you to look back at yourself." At first, this might sound strange, but it is, in fact, the truth of karma. In this life, every adversity is a mirror reflecting our inner self. The person who treats us poorly is not there to destroy us, but to give us an opportunity to look back, to grow, and to walk more steadily on the path of liberation. Life cannot always be rosy. If there were only favorable conditions, if everyone loved us, if everything went as we wished, we would never understand the hidden strength within ourselves. Like a blacksmith, if he only holds a piece of cold iron, he will never be able to forge a sharp sword. Only when the iron is heated in the fire, hammered repeatedly, enduring pain, heat, and forging, does it become a sharp weapon. It is the same with people. Only when we go through suffering, betrayal, and disappointment do we realize how vast our minds are, how deep our hearts can be. And then, having passed through all the hurts, we suddenly understand that the one who caused us suffering turns out to be the one who helped us grow the most. Look back and see. Isn't it true that most of the most valuable lessons in our lives have come from suffering? When we are betrayed, we learn that trust must be placed wisely. When others speak ill of us, we learn to remain silent and that we don't need to prove anything. When we experience loss, we learn the value of gratitude. If life were always smooth sailing, we would remain weak, forever dependent on external conditions, forgetting that true strength lies within our own minds. Like a seed, if it only lies in cool soil, it will never sprout. Only when it encounters wind, sun, and rain does it burst forth, breaking through its hard shell to reach for the light. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, like a lotus that grows out of the mud, but is not defiled by the mud. This means that a practitioner, a person of wisdom, does not fear adversity or ill-intentioned people because they know that it is from these very things that they grow. What matters is not what we encounter in life, but how we react to it. If we harbor resentment, we create more suffering for ourselves. But if we are grateful, adversity instantly transforms into a lesson. When we can thank the person who causes us pain, our hearts immediately open up. And when the heart is open, suffering has no place to cling. The story of An Dung, a young carpenter in a small wood workshop in central Vietnam, is a very relatable example of this. Dung was a skilled, diligent, and honest craftsman, but he often complained when faced with a difficult task. In the workshop, everyone was afraid of working with Mr. Locke, the owner, who was so demanding and meticulous that it often drove others to frustration. One day, Mr. Locke gave Dung a warped, stubborn piece of wood and said, "Make a beautiful table from this." Dung looked at the wood and frowned. How can a warped piece of wood like this become beautiful? The boss must be testing me. But he remained silent and set to work. The first few days, he tried to bend and sand it, but the wood wouldn't yield. At times, he was so angry, he wanted to give up. His mind filled with resentment. Why didn't the boss give the straight wood to someone else? Did he pick me just to make things difficult? He hammered forcefully, sweat drenching his shirt, his heart full of frustration. But then, one afternoon, as he sat resting, he looked at the warped piece of wood and suddenly saw something of himself in it. He suddenly understood that the wood didn't want to be warped. It had been bent by the wind, the rain, the pressure of the earth. It was not at fault. He smiled softly and whispered to himself, "Then I will help it become something more beautiful." From then on, his perspective changed. He sanded more carefully, more patiently, cherishing each grain of wood as if he were healing a living being. Many weeks passed, and the table was finally finished. Everyone who saw it was in awe. Although the wood was warped, Dung had skillfully turned the crooked parts into soft, flowing curves, giving the table a unique, natural, and graceful beauty. Mr. Locke looked at the creation and smiled. Warped wood is what forges skill. If the wood had been straight, you would never have known how skilled you are. Those words left Dung speechless. He realized that his boss hadn't been making things difficult for him at all. He was teaching him. Just like in life, the warped pieces of wood are the adversities, and we are the carpenters of our own lives. Only with patience, wisdom, and compassion can we create the most beautiful masterpiece. This story is like a metaphor for each of us. The person who treats us poorly is the warped piece of wood that life has given us. If we only complain and give up, we will forever remain immature apprentices. But if we are patient, if we know how to polish our own minds through each pain, we will become skilled masters of our own lives. Someone once said that adversity is the fire that forges a diamond, and it is true. A diamond cannot be formed in quiet darkness. It is born only when coal endures tremendous pressure and heat. It is the same with people. Every wound is a trial for the mind. Every hurt is a test of patience and compassion. If we look even deeper, we will see that all adversity has its karmic causes. The person who causes us suffering does not appear by chance. Perhaps in some past life we caused them suffering, and now they have come only to repay a part of that karmic debt. When we understand this, we will stop blaming, stop hating. We will thank them because they are helping us carry our old karma. Because without them, that karma would still remain within us, unresolved. When someone treats us poorly, we only need to look silently, breathe deeply, and think to ourselves, "Thank you for helping me learn the lesson of patience and tolerance." In that moment, the mind will become as light as a cloud. But if we react with anger, we inadvertently create new karma, causing the cycle of suffering to continue endlessly. Practicing gratitude for adversity is a very profound spiritual path. At first, it sounds difficult. How can one thank someone who has hurt them? But if we look with the wisdom of the Buddha, we will see that this is precisely the test of compassion. When someone harms us, yet we maintain a wholesome mind and still wish for their well-being, that is when we have surpassed ourselves. Like a lotus in the mud, the more it is pushed down, the more purely fragrant it becomes. When our minds are vast enough, the venomous words of others are just like a breeze passing over the surface of a lake. The water remains clear. The wind only creates a slight ripple before vanishing. You can practice this every day with a small exercise, writing a letter of gratitude for adversity. Sit quietly, breathe in deeply, and exhale slowly. Then, write down the name of a person who has hurt you. It could be an old friend, a relative, or a colleague. Write them a letter, not to be sent, but just to say thank you. Thank them for making you stronger. Thank them for helping you realize you need to love yourself more. Thank them because it was through them that you learned how to let go. When you finish writing, you will feel your heart become lighter, as if it has been cleansed. Because the energy of gratitude has the power to resolve old karma, to transform hatred into love. A Zen master once said, "When we lack mindfulness, we see enemies everywhere. When we have mindfulness, we see that the enemy is just another teacher." How true that statement is. When the mind is not clear, we only see others as the cause of our suffering. But when the mind is at peace, we see that everything is just an affinity that comes to teach us something. When someone speaks harsh words, it is an opportunity for us to learn to listen without being swayed. When someone takes something from us, it is a chance for us to learn to let go. When someone leaves us, it is a time for us to learn to stand on our own. In this way, every event is a precious lesson. And when we are grateful for adversity, life becomes much lighter. Try sitting quietly and asking yourself, if it weren't for the people who have hurt me, would I be who I am today? Perhaps the answer will make you smile, because the old wounds have now become the foundation of your growth. The very people who caused you suffering are the ones who helped you understand the value of kindness. When we can truly see things this way, resentment vanishes, leaving only a deep sense of peace. That is when we have truly stepped onto the path of practice, the path of wisdom and compassion. The message I want to send you is this: be grateful even to those who cause you suffering, for they are helping you to look back at yourself. Thank them, because through them you know how vast your own heart has become. Thank them, for they give you the opportunity to practice patience and letting go. And above all, thank them for helping you understand a fundamental truth: that suffering is not meant to make us fall, but to awaken us. Adversity is the mirror that clearly reflects our minds. When the mirror of the mind is bright, everything around us transforms into peace. If you are going through some adversity, try to pause, breathe in, and silently say, "I am grateful." Breathe out and smile. Thank life, thank people, thank even the suffering. Because when you can be grateful even for the things that cause you pain, then nothing can hurt you anymore. At that moment, you have truly transcended suffering and are walking on the path of peace, wisdom, and liberation. There is a saying in Buddhism that at first glance seems simple, but contains an incredibly profound wisdom. Not seeking is a principle that helps us break free from the bondage of desire. In life, people are often weary, not because they don't have enough, but because they always want more. They pray to get what they like, pray for others to treat them well, pray for everything to happen as they wish. But the more they pray, the more restless their minds become. The more they hope, the more they worry. The more they grasp, the more they lose. All these attachments entangle the mind in the net of suffering without them even realizing it. One who understands the truth of not seeking is not someone who gives up or is indifferent, but someone who has realized the natural law of cause and condition. They live in harmony with the flow of life, doing their best and then letting things be. When the mind is not dominated by desire, it is immediately free, like the surface of a placid lake that can clearly reflect the sky, the clouds, and even itself. But when a person's heart is full of calculations, that lake water is stirred up and muddy. Even if it tries to reflect, it will only see a distorted image of itself. The Buddha once taught, "The one who knows contentment is the richest. The one who knows when to stop is the most peaceful." Knowing contentment is not about having little, but about not being led by desire. Knowing when to stop is not about being lazy, but about understanding the limits of conditions. Life is not always favorable, but when we know how to go with the flow, we become freer. In truth, happiness lies not in how many of our desires come true, but in our ability to remain calm when things do not go as we wish. Someone once asked me, "Teacher, if I don't seek, how am I supposed to live? My whole life, I've been taught to dream, to strive, to pray, to achieve what I want." I smiled. The Buddha does not teach us to live without goals, but to do everything with a mind of non-attachment. It's like planting a tree. We plow the soil, water, and care for it. But we cannot force the tree to flower today. When the conditions are right, the flower will bloom on its own. Forcing it to bloom early will only weaken the tree, causing the leaves to fall and the flower to wither. Life is the same. We just sow wholesome seeds and keep our minds at peace. What is meant to come will come, not a moment sooner, not a moment later. I remember the story of an old woman in the countryside named Mrs. Lu. Every morning, she would go to the mango orchard behind her house. On the trees were dozens of ripe, succulent, golden mangoes. But strangely, she never picked them. Every day, she would just take her old bamboo basket and walk leisurely around the base of the trees, picking up the ripe mangoes that had fallen to the ground. Her neighbor saw this and asked, "Why don't you just pick them from the tree? It would be faster. If you wait for them to fall, who knows when you'll get to eat?" The old woman smiled kindly and replied, "Whatever has the right conditions will fall on its own. Seeking too much brings much suffering. If I just wait, the mangoes that are ripe enough will fall into my hands. They are so sweet, so fragrant, and I bear no guilt." It may sound simple, but in that statement lies a whole philosophy of life. Mrs. Lu didn't pick the mangoes, not because she was lazy or didn't need them, but because she understood favorable conditions. Everything in life has its time to ripen. Picked unripe, the taste is sour. Picked too early, the fruit spoils. Patiently waiting for the fruit to fall on its own. That is the essence of not seeking. A person like her, though living simply, had a rich mind because she had understood one of the great secrets of life. It is not by holding on tightly that we can keep things, but sometimes letting go is the best way to keep them the longest. If we look back, we will see that most of human suffering begins with one word: want. Wanting to be loved, wanting to be recognized, wanting others to understand us, wanting life to be easier. When those wants are not met, we become sad, angry, and disappointed. The mind becomes tangled, giving rise to resentment. And then we inflict suffering upon ourselves. But the Buddha taught that suffering comes not from circumstances, but from how we react to them. If we can let go of wanting, we can find peace. Once, a woman came to the temple crying. She said, "I have prayed and prayed, but he still hasn't come back. I've done good deeds, chanted sutras, been a vegetarian, and recited the Buddha's name. Why won't the Buddha listen to me?" I asked her, "If the Buddha gave you what you want, would you be happy forever?" She fell silent. I continued, "The Buddha does not indulge anyone's wishes. He only shows us the way to understand our own minds. When your mind is still full of desire, you will forever seek outside yourself, forgetting that true happiness actually lies in the act of letting go. Living in harmony with conditions does not mean doing nothing at all. It means acting with mindfulness, acting without attachment to the outcome. One who knows how to flow with conditions is like a person who knows how to sail a boat along the river, knowing how to use the wind to go far, rather than trying to row against the current. When we know how to follow the flow of conditions, we can still live fully. But we are no longer dragged down by the weight of greed, anger, and ignorance. Everything that happens in life, whether joy or sorrow, is part of the natural flow. When we no longer resist, we will feel a profound sense of ease. During the quiet days at the temple, I often advise lay followers to spend a few minutes each morning just breathing and being aware of their body and mind. When you breathe in, know that you are breathing in. When you breathe out, know that you are breathing out. You don't need to pray for anything more. That breath is the most precious gift. Each day we can breathe is another day we can live, continue, and renew ourselves. We keep searching for things far away, forgetting that simply by living fully in each breath, we already have peace. A small exercise you can practice to cultivate a mind that is in harmony with conditions is to, every evening before sleep, write down 3 things you are grateful for from that day. They don't need to be big things. Just be thankful that you are still breathing, that there are people who care about you, that you had a warm meal, that you could hear the birds outside your window. When a grateful mind is nurtured, greed and desire naturally subside. What we have becomes more than enough, and what we don't have is no longer a source of suffering. Sometimes people pray and pray, but still don't receive what they want. But perhaps not getting it is a blessing in disguise. Someone prays for love, but the conditions are not yet right, so the Buddha does not grant their wish. Because if they were to meet too soon, perhaps neither would be mature enough to love in a meaningful way. Someone prays for wealth, but lacks the merit to keep it. So even if they got it, they would lose it. When we understand karma deeply, we will know that nothing is truly lost. It is just that the conditions are not yet sufficient. What belongs to us will find its way to us at the right time. What is not ours, no matter how tightly we hold it, will slip away. When we no longer seek, the mind becomes very light. One who knows how to live in harmony with conditions does not compete, does not grasp, does not compare. They can rejoice in the happiness of others and even feel compassion for those who have hurt them, because they understand that each person is living within their own unique set of conditions. Some people come to teach us how to love. Others leave to teach us how to let go. No one truly causes us suffering except for the attachments within our own hearts. When we can let go, we will find compassion naturally welling up. A person with compassion does not need to pray for peace, because they are the very embodiment of peace. I once asked an old man at the temple, "Sir, do you pray for anything in your life?" He smiled gently and replied, "I don't pray for anything at all. I only hope that in the morning I can still breathe. At night I can sleep peacefully. And my heart is not indebted to anyone." His words were as light as a breeze, but they made me think for a long time. To live like that is perhaps the greatest freedom. Not seeking fame, not seeking profit, not seeking others to love you more. Just keeping a pure mind, doing good deeds, and letting the rest be. When we live in harmony with conditions, we will see that life is not difficult at all. It's just that our minds haven't known how to let go. One who knows how to flow with conditions is like a person walking in the rain. They are not afraid of getting wet. They just walk calmly, knowing that every rain shower will eventually stop. The person who doesn't flow with conditions is the opposite. They keep running, blaming the rain, fearing getting wet, and in the end, only make themselves wetter. Life has sunny days and rainy days, with happiness and suffering intertwined. If we keep praying for sunshine and refuse to accept the rain, life will be a constant, exhausting struggle. But when we know that rain is also a part of nature, we will learn to enjoy the sound of the falling rain as a peaceful symphony of life. If you are going through a difficult period, I want to tell you, pause for a moment, breathe, and observe. Don't pray for the suffering to disappear immediately, because suffering also has its value. It comes to teach us a lesson, to help us look deeply into our own minds, so that one day we will be grateful for the very things that once hurt us. When you can be grateful even for adversity, you have truly understood what it means to be in harmony with conditions. The lesson of this section is encapsulated in one sentence. Don't pray for others to change. As long as our minds are pure, the world will also soften. When our minds are at peace, everything around us also becomes peaceful. When we no longer seek, we can truly see the infinite richness of life. Not seeking is not lack. It is completeness. Living in harmony with conditions is not about abandoning life, but about living in the world without being swept away by it. Just as a lotus in the mud still gives off its fragrance and rises up, yet is not defiled by the mud. And when you know how to dwell in the present moment, without seeking, without blaming, without hoping, without fearing, you will realize something miraculous. It turns out that peace is not found somewhere far away, but in every moment you are living, breathing, and smiling. Then, no matter the ups and downs of life, whether people treat you poorly or well, you will still maintain an inner tranquility, like a lamp shielded from the wind that continues to burn brightly without flickering. That is the mind of non-seeking, the mind of one who is truly free. There is a teaching from the Buddha that has been repeated for thousands of years. It sounds simple, but it contains all the wisdom of a human life. Greed is the root of suffering. When greed arises in the human heart, all afflictions begin. From greed comes anger. From anger comes delusion. Then, these three poisons burn our minds, causing us to wander endlessly in the cycle of suffering. A person who can extinguish greed is not someone who needs nothing, but someone who clearly understands the limit of enough and knows when to stop at the right time. Like a person drinking seawater, the more they drink, the thirstier they become. Greed is something that makes people think they are seeking happiness, but in reality, they are swallowing suffering. When we are young, we often think that having a lot of money, status, and someone to love will bring happiness. But as we grow older and experience more ups and downs, we come to understand that those things are just like a thin layer of mist, present in the morning, gone by the afternoon. Those who have much are not necessarily happy. Those who have little are not necessarily suffering. Joy and sorrow do not lie in external material things, but in the mind within. If the mind is dominated by greed, then even with everything, one will still feel a lack. But if the mind knows contentment, then just a simple meal or a peaceful smile can be paradise. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha told the story of a merchant who used every trick in the book to accumulate wealth. He thought that with a lot of money, he would be respected by others and live a prosperous life. Yet, the more he acquired, the more restless his heart became. Every night, he feared losing his wealth, feared people would harm him, feared being resented. In the end, while the poor slept peacefully, the rich man lay awake all night in anxiety. The Buddha said, "A greedy person, even amidst gold and silver, will still feel hungry. But a contented person, even in poverty, will feel full." Indeed, greed is like a bottomless pit. The more you satisfy it, the wider it opens. When we desire too much, we lose our own peace of mind. Many people do not realize that what they are searching for outside is actually just a reflection of the emptiness within. When we don't feel enough, it's because we have never learned to look inward. Only when we know how to stop, how to be grateful, do we see how truly abundant life is. Merit does not come from how much we have, but from how pure our minds are. The story of Mr. Bei and An Hua, which I am about to tell, is a clear testament to the subtle law of karma regarding greed and honesty. Mr. Bei was the owner of a small grocery store in the countryside. He was a meticulous planner and a hard worker, but he had one flaw: greed. Although his profits were quite good, he always wanted more. Every month, he would find an excuse to deduct money from his employees' salaries, sometimes claiming stock was lost, other times saying they sold items at the wrong price. An Hua, a young man who worked for him, was gentle and diligent. His salary was deducted many times, but he never held a grudge, only bowing his head in silence. The neighbors saw this and were indignant, asking him, "Why don't you leave? Why let him exploit you like that?" He would just smile. "He's old. He probably has a lot to worry about. If I do good deeds, I will be the one to benefit. There's no need to be calculating." One afternoon, after closing the books, Mr. Bei went to the market to buy goods. On his way back, being in a hurry, he dropped his money bag, which contained nearly 30 million dong, a whole month's profit. He searched frantically along the road, but couldn't find it. Fear and regret welled up inside him. When he got home, he sighed. "Perhaps my karma has caught up with me." That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He thought about the times he had intentionally deducted Hoa's salary. He thought about his unpaid debts, about the anxiety that his own greed had caused. The next morning, when he opened the shop, he saw Hoa standing at the door, holding the money bag. Hoa said, "Last night, I was passing by the market and saw this bag on the side of the road. I opened it and saw the ledger with your name, so I brought it back." Mr. Bay was stunned, his eyes welling up with tears. He looked at Hoa, filled with a sense of shame. He said softly, "I was wrong. I was too greedy. I thought that having money was everything. I never imagined that greed would cause me to lose my merit and the trust of others. Thank you for helping me to look at myself again." From that day on, he changed completely. He treated everyone well, paid full salaries, and helped the poor. Not only did his shop become busier, but his heart also felt lighter, as if a great burden had been lifted. This story sounds simple, but within it lies a profound truth. Greed does not make us rich. It only depletes our merit. When we are greedy, we may get what we want for a moment, but we will lose precious things in the long run. That is trust, merit, and inner peace. But when we live honestly, do good deeds, and help others, then even with little, we still feel joy, because merit is not found in money, but in how we treat others. The Buddha once taught that wealth can nourish the body, but only merit can nourish the mind. Many wealthy people have impoverished minds because they only know how to accumulate possessions, not how to accumulate merit. Merit is born from good deeds, from letting go of greed, from a pure heart. When the mind is pure, good fortune naturally arises, just as a clear water surface can reflect the moonlight. But a mind muddied by greed, no matter how bright the moon, cannot reflect it. That is why gentle, honest people often encounter good fortune, while the deceitful, no matter how clever their schemes, eventually reap their karmic consequences. I have met many people in my life, people who have suffered because of greed without realizing it. Some are greedy for money, some for love, some for fame. At first, they think that if they just had a little more, they would have enough. But that enough never comes. They keep chasing, fighting, struggling, and the more they run, the more exhausted they become. A person once told me, "Teacher, I've worked hard for 10 years. Now I have a house, a car, and money. But why do I still feel so empty?" I just asked in return, "Do you have peace of mind?" He fell silent, then burst into tears, because he understood that what he had lost was not money, but the peace within his heart, something no amount of wealth can buy back. In Buddhism, karma is always just. A person who sows the seeds of greed, no matter how well they hide it, cannot escape the fruit of suffering, because greed is a form of negative energy. It is emitted and then drawn back to oneself. When we take from others even a single coin, we are cutting away at our own merit. Conversely, when we give even just a smile, we are sowing wholesome seeds for tomorrow. The Buddha said that the giver does not lose. The one who hoards is the one who truly loses. Material possessions are temporary. Only merit is a permanent asset. If you have ever been deceived, taken advantage of, or exploited by others, do not be quick to resent them. Think of it as them carrying a karmic burden on your behalf. Because if in a past life we created the karma of taking from others, in this life someone will come to take it back. When we understand karma, we no longer see ourselves as victims, but as people who are settling an old debt. That loss is a form of purification. But if we, out of greed, take from others, that debt will follow us into the next life. Karma plays no favorites. It just waits for the right conditions to manifest. To help your mind break free from greed, you can practice a small exercise every day. Choose one thing that you tend to hold on to very tightly. It could be an object, a relationship, or a desire. Then, practice letting go of it gradually. For example, if you often fear losing money, try giving a small amount to charity. If you are afraid of being taken advantage of, try yielding to someone just once. When you dare to give, the energy of greed will gradually dissolve, and the energy of merit will flow in. During this time, you can sit quietly, take a deep breath, and tell yourself, when the mind is pure, good fortune naturally arises. Repeat this sentence like a daily mantra, because when our minds are at peace, merit will come on its own, without needing to be sought. Someone once asked, "How do I know if I am still greedy?" I replied, "When you see others have something and your heart is not happy, you are still greedy. When you see others lose something and your heart rejoices, you are still deluded. When you see others suffer and remain indifferent, you still lack compassion." The more greed in the mind, the less wisdom. The more the mind knows contentment, the more it is filled with blessings. Like trees in a forest, the one that is too greedy for sunlight, growing tall but with shallow roots, will easily fall in a storm. But the humble tree, which knows to grow slowly with deep roots, will live long and stand firm. Therefore, remember that no one is truly rich when their heart is still greedy, and no one is truly poor when their mind knows contentment. The one who knows when to stop, to share, to love, is the one who has conquered their own ego. When greed ceases, the light of wisdom can shine. And when wisdom illuminates, we see that we don't need that much in this life. Just an upright heart, a pure soul, and a peaceful smile are enough to live a full human life. I want to leave you with a small reminder. If someone treats you poorly out of greed, do not resent them. Pity them, because they are sowing the seeds of suffering for themselves. As for you, if you can keep your mind free from blame and anger, you yourself have sown merit for the future. Greed only causes loss, while kindness will be rewarded. The Buddha taught, when the mind is pure, good fortune naturally arises. Believe in this. Live truthfully. Practice goodness without seeking anything in return. And blessings will find their way to you, like a cool breeze on a summer noon. No need to chase after it, yet you will still feel peace. There is a saying from the Buddha, the one who knows contentment is the richest person in the world. When we are young, we often understand the word enough in terms of material things, wealth, and external possessions. But after passing through half of our lives, we begin to appreciate that the word enough actually resides within the mind. A person can live in a simple hut and still be happy, while another can sit in a luxurious villa with a heart full of emptiness. Happiness is not about having more, but about knowing when to stop at the right time and appreciating what one already has. When people have weathered many storms, tasted enough of life's sweetness and bitterness, they come to understand that the most precious things are not fame or fortune, but a tranquil soul and a warm family. In middle age, people begin to see impermanence clearly. Of the friends from yesterday, some are here, some are gone. Children grow up and have their own lives. Parents fade from sight, and health is no longer what it used to be. Everything quietly drifts by, making us realize how short life truly is. It is then that the human heart begins to change. The things we once considered essential to have, to achieve, to hold on to, now suddenly seem insignificant. The person who once chased after money now only wishes for enough to eat and wear. The person who once craved fame now only wants a peaceful night's sleep. And the person who once fought to win now only hopes for peace in every breath. I remember a short story about Mr. Fong, a retired man living in the countryside. Previously, he was the director of a large company with influence, power, and status. But because of that, he lived in a state of constant stress. Every morning, he woke up in a hurry, ate only a few bites for his meals, and then rushed out the door. His mouth was full of plans, his head full of numbers. His wife often told him, "You should rest a little. Life isn't just about work. But he would just laugh. I can't rest until the work is done. He thought that when he had enough money, he would be at ease and happy. Yet, when he retired, he felt empty. He had spent his whole life getting rich, not realizing he had forgotten the most important thing: inner peace. One morning, while the mist was still lingering, he sat on his porch and brewed a pot of tea. The steam rose, its light fragrance spreading. He heard the birds singing in the garden, the wind rustling through the leaves, the gurgling sound of water at the base of the pond. Suddenly, he realized that these sounds had always been there. It was just that he had never stopped to listen. He took a sip of tea, its bitterness on the tip of his tongue, then gradually turning sweet in his throat. He smiled softly. I ran my whole life only to find that happiness is just a cup of tea and a peaceful mind. From that day on, every morning, he would sit and drink tea, listen to the falling rain, read a few pages of the Dhammapada, and feel each breath in and out. He no longer spoke much, no longer worried about worldly affairs, but simply lived in the present. The neighbors would say that Mr. Fong had changed, that he was gentler, more serene. As for him, he would just say, actually, I'm just learning to let go of unnecessary things. Mr. Fong's story makes many people reflect. We have spent too much time chasing after external things, forgetting that life is inherently impermanent. Wealth cannot be taken with us, and fame is just an illusion. When the final breath is drawn, everything turns to smoke and clouds. The only thing that remains is whether our minds are at peace. The Buddha once taught that the greatest asset in life is a contented heart, and the greatest happiness is a peaceful mind. Therefore, as we pass middle age, what we should learn is not how to earn more, but how to let go of more. Letting go of expectations, letting go of resentment, letting go of both the past and the future, to live fully in the present moment. Letting go does not mean abandoning everything. Letting go is releasing the attachments in the mind, stopping the comparisons, stopping the clinging. When we can let go, we will feel our hearts become lighter, feel those we love become closer, and see life become gentler. Many people fear loneliness in old age, but in truth, loneliness is only frightening when we don't know how to be with ourselves, when we learn to sit quietly, to close our eyes, and listen to the sound of falling rain, or simply to drink a cup of tea in silence. We will understand that being alone is not loneliness, but a return to oneself. It is a moment of meditation in the midst of life, a moment when body and mind both dwell in the present. Happiness is not far away. It lies in the small things all around us. A family meal, a loved one's smile, an evening spent watching the sunset. When we can still be grateful for these simple things, we are already richer than many people. Someone might ask, how can I let go easily? The answer is that you don't need to force yourself to let go. You just need to understand karma deeply. When we realize that everything in this world has its causes and conditions, its karma, that all things arise and then cease, we will naturally stop clinging. When we understand that the person who hurts us is also just subject to their own karma, we will no longer hold resentment. When we know that what comes is due to conditions, and what goes is because those conditions have ended, we will find our hearts open wide. If you want to practice letting go, you can start with a small exercise. Every morning, spend a few minutes sitting quietly and breathing deeply. As you breathe in, think, I am receiving new energy. As you breathe out, think, I am letting go of what is unnecessary. In this way, each breath is a cleansing of the mind, a lightening of the load. After that, you can write down 3 things you were grateful for from the previous day. It could be a child's smile, a friend's inquiry, or simply the fact that you are still in good health. When we are grateful, there is no room left for complaining. Gratitude is the best soil for sowing the seeds of peace. A grateful person no longer wants to possess more because they see that they already have enough. And when one feels they have enough, suffering vanishes. There is something worth pondering. The older people get, the more silent they tend to become. It's not because they no longer have things to say, but because they have understood that many things are useless to say. They choose silence in order to listen, serenity in order to live. People who have been through many storms often no longer wish to argue or to prove a point. They just smile, knowing that time will answer everything. They understand that no one can hurt them unless they allow it. Therefore, they choose serenity. They choose to live in harmony with conditions. Living in harmony with conditions is not about giving up, but about living in accordance with natural laws, knowing when to move forward, when to stop, what to hold on to, and what to let go of. In the morning, Mr. Fong sips his tea, listens to the wind, and thinks, a cup of tea, a breath, a smile, that's enough for peace. He no longer compares himself to anyone, doesn't care how successful or wealthy others are. He only cares if he has lived today to the fullest, if he has spoken words of love, if he has smiled at himself. His peace comes not from the outside, but from within. It is a serenity that money cannot buy, that power cannot trade for. When the mind is calm, life, despite its many storms, still feels peaceful. A person's life has 3 stages: running, stopping, and awakening. When we are young, we run. As adults, we stop to reflect. In middle age, we awaken to contemplate. If we keep running forever, we will never see the flowers blooming by the roadside. But when we know how to stop, how to be still, we will realize that the flowers have always been there. It was just that we never took the time to look. Middle age is the most beautiful age to learn meditation, to learn to let go. Because once we understand the value of peace, we will no longer chase after illusions. We realize that some things cause more suffering the tighter we hold them. Only when we let go are we truly free. The Buddha taught that when the mind is pure, good fortune naturally arises. When we live truthfully, do good deeds, and speak kind words, our minds will be bright. Blessings will come. There is no need to pray for blessings. Just maintain a wholesome mind, and blessings are already present in every breath. One who understands this will no longer be envious, no longer be greedy. They look at successful people with joy and at suffering people with compassion. They know that each person is both repaying and creating their own karma. And so, they live peacefully, day by day, without seeking, without resenting, just maintaining a gentle heart towards the world. Therefore, as you pass through the days of middle age, remember that peace comes not from the outside, but from how you see the world. When you can let go of the things you don't need, you will have everything. A cup of tea, a breath, a smile, a recitation of the Buddha's name. That is enough. Peace is not far away. It is right here, in our minds. In this moment, when we know how to stop, how to smile, and how to live in harmony with conditions. There is a very profound teaching from the Buddha. A word once spoken is like an arrow that has been shot. It cannot be retrieved. Words can save a person, but they can also kill a soul. This saying, though seemingly simple, contains a treasury of wisdom about karmic retribution and how people sow the seeds of merit or sin with their own tongues. In daily life, we often pay attention to our actions, but few realize that speech is also an action. In fact, it is the fastest, sharpest, and most karma-creating action. A single word can lift someone up after suffering, but it can also plunge them into the abyss of despair. When we tell a lie, we lose the trust of others and sow seeds of dishonesty in our own hearts. When we speak venomous words, we create the energy of anger, which makes our minds restless, our faces contorted, and the energy around us heavy. When we speak divisive, slanderous words, we not only hurt the listener, but also get caught in the cycle of resentment and suspicion ourselves. These are the bad seeds sown in the mind that will sprout into suffering in the future. Therefore, practicing the purification of speech is not a task for just a few, but a duty for all who wish to live in peace. The ancients taught, sickness enters through the mouth, and disaster comes out of it. This refers to both physical and mental illness. When we eat and drink without moderation, the body becomes sick. When we speak without mindfulness, the mind gives rise to afflictions. Words are a double-edged sword. Used wisely, they become a bridge connecting people with understanding and love. But used incorrectly, they become an invisible blade, severing all relationships, even cutting our own souls to pieces. A student of Buddhism, before speaking, will often pause for a moment to reflect on their own mind. We should ask ourselves 3 things. Is this word true? Is this word necessary? Is this word kind? If the word is not true, speaking it only creates more illusory karma. If the word is not necessary, speaking it only annoys others. If the word is not kind, speaking it only hurts the listener and adds to our own karmic burden. These 3 questions are the mirror that helps us guard our mouths, our minds, and our merits. There is a very real, very relatable story about 2 best friends named Tui and Dieu. They grew up together, went to school together, and shared all the joys and sorrows of their youth. Anyone who looked at them would say they were soulmates, sisters, not by blood. But then, one day, due to a small misunderstanding and an exchange of words, Tui, in a fit of anger, uttered some harsh words. Dieu remained silent, tears falling, and then left without saying a word. That separation lasted for many years. In Tui's heart, there was always a bit of pride, thinking that she wasn't that wrong, that she had just spoken in anger. But deep down, every time she thought of her friend, a vague sense of regret would surface. Then, one afternoon, Tui went with an acquaintance to a temple to listen to a Dharma talk. That day, the monk was teaching about the karma of speech. The monk's voice was as gentle as the wind, slow but permeating every breath. Words are not just emitted from the mouth, but also from the mind. When the mind is not at peace, words carry fire. When the mind is angry, words become knives. But when the mind is compassionate, words become a cool stream. Hearing this, Tui's tears streamed down her face. She suddenly saw herself as someone who had held fire in her hand and thrown it at her best friend all those years ago. That fire not only burned Dieu, but it had also burned her own heart for so long. After the Dharma talk, Tui went home and picked up her phone, her hand trembling. She called Dieu, her voice choked with emotion. Dieu, I'm sorry. I was so foolish that day. The other end of the line was silent for a long time, and then a sob was heard. Both of them cried. They didn't say much, just cried and apologized to each other in silence. And from that moment, a door in their hearts opened, gently and warmly. From this story, we understand that words, once spoken, cannot be taken back. But we can still correct our minds so that our future words become gentle, true, and meritorious. Because practicing wholesome speech is not just about keeping the mouth from speaking ill, but about keeping the mind from giving rise to ill thoughts. When the mind is at peace, the words will naturally be peaceful. When the mind is pure, the words will naturally be pure. Many people mistakenly believe that practicing wholesome speech means being silent, not saying anything. But that's not the case. Practicing wholesome speech is knowing what words bring benefit, what words make others feel at peace. Sometimes, just a sincere inquiry, a gentle compliment, a simple thank you, is enough to make someone feel warmed. Practicing wholesome speech is an art, using words like a fragrant flower instead of creating poison. In the Buddhist teachings, there are 6 things to avoid in speech: lying, harsh speech, divisive speech, idle chatter, gossip, and excessive criticism. Each of these is a gate to bad karma. Lying separates us from the truth. Harsh speech hurts the listener. Divisive speech creates rifts between people. Idle chatter deludes the mind. Gossip distorts the truth. Excessive criticism immerses oneself in arrogance. Every wrong word is a rope that binds us to suffering. If we truly want to transform our lives, let us begin with our speech. If we speak less and listen more, we will realize that the world suddenly becomes lighter. Every kind word is a lotus flower growing from the mud, spreading its sweet fragrance throughout the world. A practitioner is not someone who doesn't speak, but someone who knows how to speak with mindfulness, how to be silent with wisdom. To practice wholesome speech, you can start with a small exercise each day. Spend 5 minutes in the morning sitting quietly, closing your eyes, breathing deeply, and silently resolving. Today, I will speak words that are true and kind, bringing peace to myself and to others. During the day, if someone makes you angry, pause before you speak. Breathe in deeply, exhale slowly, and then ask your heart, is this word true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Just by practicing this, you will find your mind gradually becoming calmer, your lips softening, your words becoming as light as a cloud, and the atmosphere around you becoming purer. When we speak wholesome words, we sow merit. When we speak harsh words, we sow karma. A person's life is like a field of the mind. Words are the seeds sown. Which seeds will sprout depends on how we sow. One who knows how to practice wholesome speech is one who treasures every word they utter, because they understand that every word is a thread that weaves the tapestry of their karmic retribution. When the mouth is at peace, the mind will be tranquil. When the mind is tranquil, life will naturally be at peace. There is a teaching from the Buddha. No one can defeat a person who knows patience. No one can surpass a person who knows how to step back. This saying is like a cool stream of water poured onto the smoldering fire of anger within each person's heart. Because anger is the fire that burns away merit, consumes peace, and distances our minds from wisdom. When we are angry, we not only hurt others with our words, looks, or actions, but we also hurt ourselves. To be angry is to burn oneself with another's fire. Daily life is full of things that can easily make us lose our temper. Sometimes it's a careless word, a disrespectful action, or just a cold glance. In that moment, the ego within us flares up, wanting to react, to prove that we are not wrong, that we deserve respect. But it is in that very moment that we are letting our minds be controlled by others. When we are angry, we lose ourselves. When we lose our temper, we are no longer ourselves. We think that by saying harsh words or reacting strongly, we will feel better. But in truth, after the anger passes, all that remains is exhaustion, regret, and a cold emptiness in the heart. The Buddha taught that the mind of anger is the root of ignorance. When anger arises, wisdom is immediately obscured. It is like when clear water is stirred up and becomes muddy. We cannot see our own reflection. An angry mind prevents us from seeing the truth of things. The higher one's spiritual practice, the more one understands that controlling emotions is not about suppression, but about knowing how to pause and look deeply into the anger to understand it. When we are angry, let us ask ourselves, what am I angry about? Is it really worth losing my peace over? There is a short story that, whenever I recall it, brings a sense of calm to my heart. On Long, a gentle taxi driver drove passengers around the city every day. One morning, he picked up a middle-aged passenger with a scowling face and tired eyes. As soon as he got in the car, the customer began to complain about everything from the traffic to the fare, then moved on to mercilessly scolding Long, even though Long had done nothing wrong. A small flame of anger ignited within Long, but he quickly remembered his teacher's words. When you are angry, breathe. He took a deep breath and remained silent. He didn't react, just focused on driving. The atmosphere in the car was tense, but he maintained his composure. When they reached their destination, the customer handed him the money, was silent for a moment, and then said softly, "I'm sorry. I just lost my child. I couldn't control myself." Long looked at him, bowed his head slightly, and said in a low, warm voice, "I wish you peace." It was just a short phrase, but it contained both tolerance and compassion. The customer burst into tears. Long said nothing more, just opened the car door and put his hands together in a gesture of respect. In that moment, he understood that we never know what pain another person is carrying in their heart. By choosing silence instead of reacting, he had avoided so much bad karma and preserved his inner peace. This story makes us realize a simple truth. Silence in a moment of anger is not weakness, but a sign of inner strength. Only the weak let their emotions control them. The strong are those who can pause in the middle of a storm, stand still, and observe. When angry, take a step back, breathe in deeply, and exhale slowly. This is how we extinguish the fire that is burning in our hearts. It is how we keep our minds from being swept into the cycle of anger. If you pay attention, you will notice that after every outburst of anger, your energy is depleted, your face is gloomy, and your mind is heavy. This is because anger consumes our energy the fastest. It disrupts our breath, makes our heart pound, and makes our head spin. Anger is like a fire that burns down the field of merit we have cultivated for so long. One moment of anger, 1,000 years of merit lost. One who knows how to practice does not let anger control them, but lets wisdom illuminate them. When there is wisdom, we see that all matters are small. When there is compassion, we see that others are also just suffering beings. In life, everyone has been angry, sad, and hurt by how others have treated them. But if we understand karma, we will see that everything that happens has its reason. Sometimes, the person who treats us poorly is the very one helping us to practice the virtue of patience. Sometimes, the person who hurts us is carrying a karmic burden on our behalf. So, instead of reacting, let us be grateful to them for helping us to reflect on ourselves, for helping us to see the anger and ego that are still so large within our hearts. Practicing emotional control is not something we only remember when we are angry. It is a daily training. Every morning, before starting work, sit quietly for a few minutes. Place your hands on your chest, feel the rhythm of your breath, and silently resolve, "Today, I will speak gentle words, think wholesome thoughts, and act with mindfulness." When someone annexes you, don't react immediately. Pause, breathe in deeply, exhale slowly, and observe your mind. Anger is like a dark cloud. If we don't cling to it, it will dissipate on its own. Every deep breath is a washing away of afflictions. Every minute of silence is a sowing of the seeds of peace. If possible, practice mindfulness meditation when emotions arise. Sit quietly, focus on your breath, close your eyes, and look at the anger within your mind. Don't try to push it away. Just observe it as you would a crying child. Smile at it. Say silently, "I know you are angry. I know you are in pain. I will be here with you." Just by doing this, the anger will gradually dissolve. Because the nature of anger is not an enemy, but an unhealed part of our minds. When we understand, we feel compassion. And when we feel compassion, the anger will disappear. In a human life, if everyone could learn the art of being silent when angry, this world would be free of so much suffering. Patience does not diminish our worth. On the contrary, it makes us nobler. When we are patient for a moment, the storm will pass. When we take a step back, the sea is vast and the sky is high. A patient person, even when misunderstood or insulted, can maintain a peaceful heart because they understand that the person insulting them is creating karma for themselves. There is no need to retaliate. As for us, if we get angry, it is like taking that portion of karma upon ourselves. So, in stormy times, remember to return to your breath. Breathe in deeply, breathe out slowly, and smile gently. Let each breath be a bridge that leads you back to peace. When we are silent with understanding, the world around us also softens. When we smile in the midst of anger, that is when we are conquering ourselves. To maintain a peaceful mind is to maintain one's merit. To maintain wholesome speech is to maintain one's karma. To maintain peace in the midst of a storm is to maintain the path to liberation. Remember that to be angry is to burn oneself with another's fire. When we know how to pause, breathe deeply, and look with a compassionate heart, that fire will extinguish on its own, and the light of wisdom will gradually emerge. Be patient for a moment. The storm will pass. Take a step back. The sea is vast, and the sky is high. And in that silence, we hear the voice of our own hearts, gentle and serene, like the sound of a temple bell ringing in the quiet afternoon. There is a teaching from the Buddha. A grateful person is a blessed person. An ungrateful person has already lost their blessings. Gratitude is not just a matter of words. It is the root of our humanity, the light that guides our minds back to goodness. When we are grateful, the heart softens, anger dissolves, and wisdom begins to blossom. Gratitude is not just bowing before the kindness of parents, teachers, or those who have helped us, but also learning to thank even those who have hurt us, because it is they who have helped us to understand our own hearts better, teaching us how to let go, how to love, and how to grow amidst suffering. In life, no one can reach the end of the journey alone. Every step we take is imprinted with the shadow of countless acts of kindness. From the first drop of mother's milk to the soothing lullabies in the dark night. From the bowl of rice a father struggles to bring home in the rain, to the small embrace of a loved one when we fall. All of these are profound debts that cannot be measured. Sometimes we are too busy chasing fame and fortune that we forget the figures behind us who sacrificed their entire lives so that we could be warm and well fed. Sometimes we get angry and blame our parents for not understanding us, forgetting that they used their entire youth to lay the very bricks for the path we walk on. In Buddhism, gratitude is not just a virtue, but a spiritual practice. The Buddha taught that gratitude is the foundation of merit. A grateful person, though poor, is at peace, though suffering, is joyful, because they see everything in life as a gift. But an ungrateful person, no matter how much wealth they have, will have an empty heart, because they only see what they lack, what they have lost, and not what they have been given. Gratitude does not make life free from suffering, but it helps us to look at suffering with gentle eyes. When we have a grateful heart, we understand that everything that happens, whether joy or sorrow, is a gift to help us grow. There is a story that brings tears to the eyes of anyone who hears it. Old Lady Two was a poor mother who sold lottery tickets under the Saigon sun and wind. Her son, Hoa, was her only hope. She saved every penny to raise him and send him to school. But as he grew up, Hoa began to be ashamed of his mother. He didn't want his friends to know that his mother sold lottery tickets. Once, seeing his mother waiting for him at the school gate, her clothes drenched in sweat, holding a bag with a cold meal, Hoa snapped in frustration. "Don't come here anymore. I don't need it." He then walked away, leaving behind his mother's sad eyes. One rainy afternoon, Hoa came home late from school, cold and wet. He saw his mother sitting at the front door, soaked to the skin, still holding a warm lunchbox. She said softly, "Eat this, my child. I was afraid you'd be hungry." When Hoa opened the lunchbox, his mother's tears fell into the bowl, mixing with the rainwater. At that moment, Hoa's heart tightened. He remembered all the times he had lost his temper, the harsh words he had said to his mother. He knelt down and burst into tears. "Mom, I forgot your kindness." She just smiled gently and stroked his hair. "As long as you understand, that's all that matters." From that day on, Hoa changed. He worked diligently, and every evening he would chant sutras and dedicate the merit to his mother. After she passed away, he continued this habit. He said that every time he read the sutras, it was as if he could hear his mother's lullabies from long ago, as if he could see her still smiling on the porch. This story reminds us that a mother's love is the only thing we never have to repay. Yet we will forever be in her debt. Gratitude is not just for our parents, but should also be extended to those who have caused us suffering. It may sound paradoxical, but it is precisely those who have hurt us who help us to realize our own limits, helping us to learn to let go, to forgive, and to grow. Without them, we would not understand what it means to be patient, to love, and to be free in the world. The person who causes us suffering is just a passerby, bringing a lesson. When we understand this, we no longer feel resentment, but begin to feel compassion, because only those who are suffering cause others to suffer. The Buddha taught that a grateful person has already walked half the path to liberation. Because when there is gratitude in the heart, there is no room for resentment to cling. When we see everything in life as a gift, the mind naturally gives rise to joy. We thank life for allowing us to be human, to have a healthy body to practice, to have people to love and people to forgive. We thank even our tears, for it is through them that we learn to appreciate smiles. We thank the stormy days, for it is through them that we understand the value of peace. If one day you feel your heart is heavy, pause and practice this small exercise. Breathe in deeply, then exhale slowly. Then close your eyes and think of 3 people you want to be grateful to today. It could be your parents, relatives, friends, or even someone who has made you sad. Imagine yourself bowing before them. Say in your heart, "I am grateful for everything." When you do this regularly, you will find your mind becoming lighter. Gratitude is like a lotus flower blooming in a muddy pond. The water around us gradually becomes clearer, and the mind gradually becomes brighter. Every evening, before you go to sleep, write down 3 things you were grateful for during the day. They can be very small things, like eating a delicious meal, seeing a friendly smile, or simply still being able to breathe in this moment. When you are grateful for the small things, you will find that life has never been short of good things. It's just that before, we hadn't opened our hearts to see it. A grateful person will no longer suffer because they see everything as a gift. When one has a grateful heart, one no longer wants to compete or compare. They know that everyone who comes into their life does so for a reason, that every event carries a meaning. When they encounter good things, they are happy. When they encounter bad things, they smile, knowing that this is an opportunity to practice and to transform karma. That mind is a peaceful mind, the mind of one who has entered the gate of the Dharma. When you are grateful, the energy around you will change. Your face becomes gentler, your words warmer, your gaze softer. Wherever a grateful person goes, there is light, because gratitude is the light of the mind, the fragrance of the lotus, the foundation of merit. Without gratitude, all merits are like a sand castle, easily blown away by the wind. If one day you find someone treating you poorly, instead of resentment, try to thank them in your heart, for they are helping you to look at yourself, helping you to practice patience, compassion, and wisdom. When we can be grateful even for the things that cause us pain, we truly understand what compassion is. A compassionate person does not blame life, does not resent others, but just smiles gently and says, "Thank you, for everything has taught me to grow." Remember that gratitude does not need to wait until you have a lot to give. Right in this moment, we can practice gratitude by speaking a loving word, doing a good deed, or simply by not causing more pain to anyone. Gratitude is the root of compassion, and compassion is the path to peace. When we live in gratitude, life becomes as light as a cloud. The mind becomes as bright as the full moon, and all suffering dissolves like morning dew in the sun. A grateful person will no longer suffer because they see everything as a gift. When there is gratitude in the heart, all blame naturally vanishes. All worries lighten. And in that gratitude, we find true peace. A peace not from material things, but from the expansion of the heart. There are days when we suddenly feel our hearts are heavy. Everything seems to collapse at once, from work and family to relationships we thought were close. We blame others for not understanding us. We are angry at those who have hurt us. And sometimes we are angry at ourselves for being too weak. Yet, there is a teaching from the Buddha that has awakened many people. No one can save us from our suffering but our own minds. This is not just a philosophy, but the key that unlocks the path out of suffering. Because as long as we are waiting for someone to come and help, as long as we are hoping the world will be gentler with us, we are still binding ourselves with the rope of suffering. Only when we turn inward and look at our own minds do we truly begin the journey of liberation. Every person in their life has, at least once, hoped for others to change so that they could be at peace. But that path is endless, because everyone has their own suffering. Everyone has a dark corner that we cannot see. When we blame them for not understanding us, perhaps they too are struggling to overcome some pain that we know nothing about. That is why the Buddha taught that a wise person does not wait for the world to change, but turns inward to correct their own mind. When our minds know peace, all the storms outside become as light as a breeze. When our minds know how to let go, then even if circumstances change, our hearts remain as calm as a clear lake. Someone once said, "Everyone in life carries a lamp. If we only focus on others' lamps and forget to light our own, we will walk in darkness our whole lives." Therefore, returning to oneself is not selfishness, but the first step of wisdom and compassion. Listen to the story of Miss Han, a woman who once stood on the brink of despair, but found peace again from within. She once had a warm family, a small home with a loving husband and a young son. But life is impermanent. When her son was still young, her husband left her for another woman, leaving her in debt and alone. The day he left, she collapsed in a corner of the house, crying until her tears ran dry. Many nights, she just wanted to give up. But then, looking at her innocent child sleeping, she told herself she had to live, even if only with a weak breath. She used to think that if he returned, if life were fairer, perhaps she would be happy. But then one evening, while cleaning up her stall late at night, she heard a Dharma talk being broadcast from a small speaker at a nearby temple. The monk's voice was as light as a passing breeze. Do not hope for others to save you. When your mind is bright, all suffering will dissolve. From that day on, she began to go to the temple every morning. She learned to recite the Buddha's name, to breathe with mindfulness. In the beginning, her mind was still full of resentment, and tears still fell when she heard the sutras about letting go. But gradually, she noticed something miraculous. When she stopped blaming, her heart became less heavy. When she sat quietly, recited the Buddha's name, and thought of the husband who had left, the pain no longer burned as it had before. She felt more compassion for him because she knew that perhaps he too was creating his own karma. From hatred, she moved to empathy. From despair, she found she was strong enough to live for her son and for herself. A year later, she opened a small vegetarian stall in front of the temple. Every morning, she would recite the Buddha's name, offer flowers to the Buddha, and then cook with a joyful heart. She said, "I have never felt so peaceful in my heart." When people asked her secret, she would just smile. No one can save you but yourself. Only when you stop do you find the way back home. From this story, we understand that happiness lies not in someone coming to help us, but in knowing how to help ourselves. Every time you are sad or someone treats you poorly, remember that they are just a condition for you to learn the lesson of letting go. Every time you feel your mind is in turmoil, pause, breathe deeply, and look into your heart. When we observe the anger, the fear, or the hurt within us, we are doing something that few have the courage to do, confronting ourselves. That is meditation. Meditation is not about sitting for a long time or getting rid of thoughts, but about seeing each emotion clearly as it comes and then letting it go, like a cloud drifting across the sky. If you are experiencing suffering, try this small exercise. Every morning when you wake up, sit quietly for 5 minutes. Close your eyes, breathe in deeply through your nose, and exhale through your mouth. As you breathe in, think, "I am nourishing my body and mind." As you breathe out, think, "I am letting go of all suffering." If there is someone who has hurt you, do not rush to blame them. Imagine them standing in front of you, smile, and say, "I am sorry for unintentionally causing you pain." Even though this is not real, When you accept forgiveness in your mind, that energy will spread into your life. Forgiveness is not because the other person deserves it, but because you deserve to be at peace. The Buddha taught that the root of all suffering lies not in circumstances, but in how we perceive them. When our minds cling, even a peaceful scene becomes suffering. When our minds let go, even a suffering scene becomes peace. Therefore, the most important thing is to return and correct the mind. Every day, spend a few minutes in repentance. Not repentance for sins, but to illuminate our own minds. When we realize we have been angry, have said words that hurt others, we do not blame ourselves, but just gently acknowledge it and resolve to do differently. This is how the mind is cleansed, just as flowing water will eventually become clear on its own. Living in a world full of change, no one can avoid being hurt. But if we know that all suffering is temporary, an opportunity for us to grow, then our hearts will no longer hold resentment. Like a lotus seed, it must be in the mud to be able to bloom. People also need to go through suffering to understand the value of peace. Han, in the story, was once submerged in darkness, but it was precisely because of that pain that she found the path back to the Buddha mind. Like many people in life, we only truly begin the journey of enlightenment when we fall into despair, when there is nothing left to cling to. We turn back to rely on ourselves. Someone might ask, how do I know if I have returned to myself? The answer is very simple. When your heart no longer wants to win or lose, no longer blames anyone, when you can look at the person who hurt you and no longer feel pain, when you see the rain falling and your heart is calm, that is when you have come home. Because the real home is not out there, but in a tranquil mind. When our minds are bright, all suffering is just like a passing breeze. When our minds are steady, then even in the midst of life's storms, we can stand still. That is freedom. That is liberation. That is the true happiness the Buddha wanted to show us. Therefore, do not wait for someone to come and save you. Do not hope for someone to apologize so you can be at peace. They may not change, but you can. They may not understand, but you can understand yourself. And when you understand, your heart naturally opens up, because forgiving others is actually saving your own mind. When we know how to return, we see that everything has a reason. All suffering has value, and everyone who comes into our lives, whether to love or to challenge, is a teacher. Remember, reciting the Buddha's name every morning, repenting every evening, and living a wholesome life every day is the journey of returning to yourself. It is not a grand affair, but a quiet yet persistent path to make our minds peaceful. When you can say thank you even to those who have hurt you, you have taken a long step on the path of liberation. When you can smile in the face of adversity, you have gone halfway on the road to peace. And when you truly realize that no one can save you from suffering except your own compassionate mind, then you have reached the destination. Because that compassionate mind not only saves you, but also saves all those who are lost in the darkness of resentment. This life is inherently imperfect, but it is in that imperfection that we find completeness. Every teardrop, every wound, every stumble is a lesson for us to understand ourselves better. Let us be grateful for suffering, because it is through it that we learn to love. Let us be grateful to those who have treated us poorly, because it is through them that we learn to be strong. And above all, let us thank ourselves, the one who dared to stand up, to keep going, to choose the path of return. Because only when we truly return to ourselves can we say, I have found peace in the midst of this stormy life. In the final steps of the healing journey, people often realize that what they have been searching for their whole lives turns out not to be justice, not to be answers for their wounds, but the peace within their own minds. When we are mature enough to no longer expect others to change, no longer demand that life treat us more gently, that is when we begin to step onto the path of peace. The Buddha once taught, when the mind is still, the Buddha is present. When the mind is agitated, karma arises. This saying is not just a profound Buddhist philosophy, but also a guiding principle for each of us on the path of life in this ever-changing world. When our minds are still, all the storms out there are just like a gentle breeze passing by. But when our minds are agitated, a single word or a single glance can stir up a tempest within our hearts. Life is like a stream of water. Whether it is clear or muddy depends not on its inherent nature, but on the mind of the one who looks into it. A person with a peaceful mind will find peace everywhere. Even in difficult circumstances, they still smile. A person with a turbulent mind, even in the midst of prosperity, can never find peace in their heart. Let us look back at the journey we have traveled, from hurt to understanding, from resentment to forgiveness, and then from forgiveness to letting go. Each stage is a time when we learn to return to ourselves. There are times when it feels as though our hearts cannot bear another wound. But then, time and spiritual practice help us understand that it is these very wounds that have taught us how to love, how to be patient, and how to put ourselves in others' shoes. The person who hurt us may also just be a victim of their own karma. They acted that way not because they are evil, but because within them there is suffering that has not been resolved. If we are mindful enough to realize this, our hearts will naturally feel lighter. A person who was betrayed after years of enduring bitterness said, after hearing the Dharma and practicing, "If it weren't for them, perhaps I would never have known the value of tolerance." This statement, though seemingly simple, contains profound wisdom. Life is a series of lessons, and every person who comes into our lives, whether good or bad, is a teacher in that classroom. The person who treats us poorly is the one who has inadvertently helped us to grow. They carry a part of our karma for us, karma that perhaps, if not for them, we would have had to carry ourselves in another, even heavier way. The Buddha taught that karmic retribution is not lost. It is only transformed. When we know how to let go of anger, karma no longer has such a strong hold. When we forgive, we stop creating new karma. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting, but accepting. Accepting that what has passed is past, that we cannot change the past, but we can choose to move forward in peace. A person who understands the way does not ask, "Why did they hurt me?" but asks themselves, "What can I learn from this?" Life is like a river, sometimes with muddy bends. But if we patiently continue, we will reach a place where the water is clear and still. The human mind is the same. When we are still clinging to blame and resentment, we are stuck in the mud of our afflictions. When we know how to pause, breathe deeply, and smile as we look back, we see that all the things that once hurt us have now become the seeds of understanding. Imagine a heavy rainstorm. One who does not know how to see will only see the rain as wet and annoying. But one who understands the way will see the rain as an opportunity for the earth and sky to be cleansed, for flowers to bloom, for the dust of the world to be washed away. Every tear that has fallen because someone treated us poorly is, in fact, like that rain. It washes our souls so that we learn to love ourselves more, to appreciate those who treat us well more. And when the last tear falls, we suddenly realize that we no longer blame, no longer hate. A peaceful mind is not one that has no worries, but one that can remain calm even with worries. It is not that there is no more pain, but that one knows how to smile at that pain. Just as when we watch a flower bloom and then wither, we are not sad, because we understand that it is the natural order of things. People come and go. Love comes and then departs. That is also a law of nature. We only suffer when we want to hold on to what cannot be held, and we are only truly free when we know how to let go of what no longer belongs to us. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha said, "Whoever lives for one day with tranquility, mindfulness, and wisdom, that person has lived a long life." Tranquility is not external silence, but inner stillness. In the noisy marketplace of life, if our minds are not swept away by gossip, not swayed by praise or criticism, that is peace. A person with a peaceful mind will find even a simple meal delicious, will feel a small house is enough, and will find life, despite its rough patches, worth living. Many people think that to be happy, they need many things: money, fame, love, recognition. But then, even when they have it all, they still feel empty. Because true happiness lies not in what we possess, but in our ability to let go. The more we let go, the lighter we become. The lighter we become, the closer we are to happiness. That is the secret of a peaceful mind. The person who hurt us may now also be living in torment. Every unwholesome action leaves an imprint on the mind of the one who commits it. Therefore, instead of resentment, we should cultivate compassion. Compassion is not weakness, but the strength of one who clearly understands the law of karma. We feel compassion for them, not because they deserve it, but because we understand that when we hold on to resentment, we are the ones who suffer the most. Forgiveness is a gift we give to ourselves. When we learn to be grateful even for the things that do not go our way, life suddenly becomes different. Thank you, because that person made me stronger. Thank you, because adversity helped me to awaken. Thank you, because in the storm I realized who was truly by my side. Thank you, because by having suffering, I learned to value peace. Life is inherently imperfect, but our minds can become more perfect every day if we know how to learn from everything that happens. Someone might ask, how can one have a peaceful mind in a world full of turmoil? The answer is, do not seek peace outside. A peaceful mind does not come from others, nor from circumstances, but from ourselves. When our minds are bright, we can see the path even in darkness. When our minds are wholesome, we will meet good people even amidst bad conditions. When our minds are vast, we can be tolerant even if others are narrow-minded. Let us live more slowly, look more deeply, and listen more intently. Do not react hastily when someone hurts you. Pause for a beat. Take a deep breath and ask your heart, what energy do I want to bring into this world? If the answer is peace, then do not let anger control you, because an angry mind is no different from a hot coal. If we throw it, our own hand will get burned first. Human life is short. Resentment only makes us weary. Forgiveness and letting go are the gifts we give to ourselves. Believe that everything we have been through, no matter how painful, is a blessing that helps us grow in consciousness. No one comes into our lives without a reason. No pain is without purpose. Every wound is a mark of the process of transforming into a stronger, brighter, and more serene soul. Therefore, if someone has hurt you, smile and thank them, for they are the very ones who have helped you realize how much you have grown. Life does not need to be perfect. Our minds just need to be peaceful enough. When the mind is at peace, all things can be resolved. When the heart is bright, even the darkness becomes gentle. Just keep walking with a tranquil heart. Do not let anyone take away your inner peace. Live a wholesome life. Live a mindful life. Live as the Buddha taught.